Good evening and welcome to the Euclid City Council meeting on this Monday, March 2nd, 2020. If able, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Cavanagh.
Here.
Moore.
Present.
Epps.
Here.
Jaros.
Here.
McIntosh.
Here.
Botella.
Here.
Yukich.
Here.
Borshi.
Here.
Mancuso.
Here. Thank you. Communications.
No, none at this time.
Okay, council minutes.
Madam Chair, I move to accept the following council minutes. The minutes from February the 18th, 2020. 2020.
Wow, we're off to a good start, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have a second, please? So moved by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We will now go to administrative reports and communications. Mayor Gale.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of council, and those joining us today.
As you can see, we have an exciting event tonight. I would like to thank all of the Euclid Fire Department, friends and family for being here tonight. We have a promotion, so if I could ask Brian Kaimi and his family, and whoever you would like to come forward, as well as Chief Haddock. All right, if you would raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Brian Kaimi,
I, Brian Kaimi,
do solemnly swear
solemnly swear
protect and defend
that I will protect and defend
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution and laws
of the State of Ohio,
the ordinances and charter
of the City of Euclid,
and the regulations and provisions
of the Euclid Fire Department,
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of lieutenant
for the City of Euclid.
so help me God.
Congratulations, Lieutenant Kaimi.
You know, what an awesome event we have tonight. Anytime we have the opportunity to stand up here and promote one of our firefighters to lieutenant and to our officer corps, it's a huge deal. So I can't thank Mayor Kirsten Holzheimer-Gale enough for her continued support of the Euclid Fire Department. I can't thank City Council enough for your continued support of the Euclid Fire Department. This is just a wonderful thing. I want to thank our firefighters, both on and off duty, that came here to show support. I also see some firefighters from our neighboring cities, so I really do appreciate that. See a couple of chiefs in here too. I know Chief Ted Whittington from East Lake is here, and I think I saw Chief Gandy from Willoughby Hills somewhere. So I know there's Battalion Chief Jeff Pawali from Menor. So again, really do appreciate you coming out here tonight and showing support and enjoying this wonderful night. You know, we wouldn't be up here tonight if there wasn't an opening in the fire department for rank of lieutenant. And it so happened that last Friday, one of our lieutenants retired. I know he did not want to be acknowledged today, but too bad. Lieutenant Pat Hastings retired after 28 years of service with the Euclid Fire Department. Pat spent 18 of those years as lieutenant protecting the north side at Fire Station 3. He was, real quick, I'm not going to spend all day with him, but you know, he was extremely proud to serve on this fire department. And when he first got hired, his crew called him the prototype. And that was because they felt as though he was everything that a brother firefighter and paramedic should be. And I would like to add to that definition, representative of his local union, lieutenant, and friend. So Pat, you are a good man. I certainly appreciate all the things you've done for me, the friendship, and your service. So I wish you a very lengthy, happy, and healthy retirement. You know, I also want to thank the other Euclid firefighters that had the courage and the commitment to take this promotional exam. Although you may not have been successful at this time, I do hope that you persevere and that you continue to make a positive difference for our fire department, so thank you. Our job description cites the rank of lieutenant as the first level supervisor, and I can assure you that it's certainly a lot more than that. The lieutenant is in charge of 5 crew members at a firehouse, and he's responsible for the good order, the conduct, the discipline, and the maintenance of the high morale of his crews. And he's also responsible for training on a daily basis. On fire calls, they are often the first to arrive on scene, and they must perform an actual size-up and take action. It's often said in the fire service that the first 5 minutes of an incident, the decisions that are made in that first 5 minutes can dictate what happens over the next 5 hours. So The Euclid Fire Department Administration stresses the importance of a continuous improvement. And with that being said, this promotional examination was definitely our most thorough and rigorous in our department's history. The candidates participated in a written examination, which involved a comprehension of 5 textbooks involving company officer standards, building construction, strategic and tactical considerations, and the concept of extreme ownership. The top 10 candidates then moved on to an assessment center, which measured the candidates' ability to solve problems through role play, and they had an opportunity to present their resume verbally to show what they've done to prepare and why they should get this job. Then we did a paired comparison, which is conducted. This process is where all the Euclid Fire Department officers rate the candidates against each other with based on 10 desirable traits. So sorry keeping up with all the kids, but after all that hard work, after the countless hours of studying and preparing, the most difficult part of the job comes tonight. And this is where you're going to take all your knowledge, skills, abilities, and your experience, and you're going to put it to the test. And you're going to do what you can, put it into action to make a positive difference for our fire department and for this city. So firefighting is in Lieutenant Kayami's blood, as his father, Chris, or Mr. Kayami, as I refer to him, is a retired firefighter from the East Lake Fire Department. Brian's twin brother, Chris, is currently a captain on the Euclid Fire Department, and anecdotally, this is the first time in our 100 years of existence that 2 brothers have served on the officer corps. I asked Brian if he and Chris were identical twins. He said no, and they're easy to tell apart because he's better looking.
Okay.
So real quick with Brian. Brian has been on the Euclid Fire Department for almost 14 years as he joined us in August 10th of 2000. He attended Kent State University for 4 years and is a student teaching assignment away from a bachelor's degree in physical education. He completed his associate's degree in fire science technology from Lakeland Community College, and he has a bachelor's degree in fire administration from Columbia Southern. He has his Fire Officer 1 certification. He has served as an acting lieutenant. He is one of our driver's trainers instructors. He's a member of our Joint Labor Management Safety and Health Committee, as well as our Joint Wellness and Fitness Committee. He's a peer fitness trainer, and he's got numerous commendations, but one that stood out, one of his officers had noted that on a particular freezing cold night, somebody showed up at our door, a young man in distress, possible domestic situation, and so Brian treated him, calmed him down. He noticed that it's snowing outside. He doesn't have any shoes on his feet, so he went to his locker, got a nice pair of shoes, gave him, took care of him, and let him go. So that's the kind of person we're dealing with here. Brian will serve as the company officer at all 3 firehouses on B platoon. His area of responsibility will be functioning as our wellness fitness officer, and he is being assigned badge L6. So please introduce your family and have someone pin you up.
Father-in-law Lynn. I want to thank them because without them, obviously I wouldn't be standing up here. They were very supportive, as was my father, Chris. He was a firefighter in East Lake. My mother, Joan. I lived in their basement for a while I was studying for this test. So my sister's up here. Her family's out there. My brother and sister-in-law are also out there with their children. My wife, obviously, I'd like to thank them for putting up with me for the time of studying. I'm sure a lot of you know that have gone through this. It's very hard with 3 kids. They're a lot of work sometimes, and I wasn't home a lot, so I give a lot of credit to my wife. And then my other family, you guys, thank you, because without you guys, I wouldn't be here as well, because we all push each other and make each other better. So thank you guys.
There you go.
Chris, you want to do your announcement first, and then... Madam Chair, I'm going to allow Chief Haddock to go first. He has one quick announcement, and then I have a few more.
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Chair, members of council, and those watching. Just want to remind everybody that in the early hour morning of March 8th, this coming Sunday, it's time to daylight savings time will begin. So we want you to check your smoke alarms to make sure that they're still functional. And if you notice that they are over 10 years old, they need to be replaced. So you can contact our Fire Prevention Bureau at 216-289-8402, and we will come over and install those free of charge. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of announcements. First, congratulations to Lieutenant Kaimi and all of the fire department. I will be hosting a book discussion at the Euclid Public Library this Wednesday, March 4th at 6:30. It is the community read. It is called Palaces for the People. If you've read it, please join us for a discussion. If you haven't read it but are interested in how public spaces can help support the community, join us for what will be an interesting conversation. The Euclid Collinwood Health Challenge kicks off also on Wednesday. This is a program with Euclid Hospital. It's part of the Healthy Communities Initiative. It is a 8-week health challenge. The kickoff event is Wednesday, March 4th from 5:30 to 8:30 at Euclid Hospital. They do ask that you pre-register. You can do that by going to clevelandclinic.org/HCI for Healthy Communities Initiative, or we do have information on our website as well. And it is 8 weeks of lectures, screenings, health education events, and different fitness events, encouraging all of the community to become more healthy. This is the last week to sign up for the Hometown Hero banner, so if you would like to recognize somebody who served in one of our armed forces or is currently serving, please again see our website for information. These are the banners that honor our veterans that will be up from Memorial Day to Veterans Day along 222nd Street. Keep Euclid Beautiful has taken that on as an initiative, and I do want to acknowledge and thank Keep Euclid Beautiful, who recently earned Keep America Beautiful's President Circle Award. So they're recognized for the great work, exemplary performance by certified affiliates of Keep America Beautiful. So I want to thank and acknowledge Linda Beck and all of the Keep Euclid volunteers who really have taken on that initiative and are doing wonderful things to beautify our community. And if you want to mark your calendars, their big clean this year will be Saturday, April 25th. Again, Saturday, April 25th. Election Day is coming up, March 17th. You can vote early by getting an absentee ballot from the Board of Elections. You can vote early in person at the Board of Elections, or you could vote on Election Day in person or by mail. We do have one polling place that is changing this year. This election, the primary Gateway Retirement Community was not available for the primary election. So Precinct 2B will be voting at Our Lady of the Lake. Precinct 2C will be voting at Bluestone Elementary, and anyone in that area should have gotten a postcard from the Board of Elections. The schools are having tours of their new construction, so if you are curious about the construction happening at the high school and middle school, the school will have tours of the buildings on Saturdays and Sundays for at least the next 2 weeks. I believe they start every hour, starting at 10 and go until 2 or 3. If you'd like information, please contact either the school board office or you can contact our office and we can get you scheduled. I do want to thank and acknowledge, I had a number of letters. I often get calls or letters, but I got over the course of a couple days about 40 letters handwritten from residents, all about thanking the city for its efforts and encouraging us to do more around sustainable energy and being really conscious of our environment. So, and many of them encouraging us to be part of a Power a Clean Future Ohio campaign. I do want to thank and acknowledge one young resident because pictures are worth oftentimes 1,000 words. This is from a 10-year-old who says, "Dear Mayor, our beach and our environment need help." And so I want to thank Zuzu, who is 10 years old, for drawing me a picture and sending that important message. As you know, Councilwoman McIntosh has started a committee this term, on sustainability, and so she and I will be meeting with the executive director of the Power a Clean Future Ohio campaign tomorrow. So wanted to make sure the residents know we do appreciate your letters. We are working on the initiative and thank them for being involved. And with that, I'll turn to Director Stevens.
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Chair, to council, and those in the audience. The Recreation Department, we are still taking sign-ups for our girls' fast-pitch softball league, ages 6 through 18. We will participate in the Willoughby Softball League. Games will be played in Euclid, Wickliffe, Willowick, Eastlake, Willoughby, and Willoughby Hills, depending on the division and weekday evenings. Practices will be held weekday nights and weekends based on field availability. The fee is $75 for residents and $112 for non-residents, and we do have a scholarship program in place for those that might need financial assistance. Please take a look at the City of Euclid website, click on the recreation link to find further information. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chief Meyer?
Thank you, Mayor, Council President, members of council, and members of the audience. A couple of quick announcements. On Wednesday, March 18th, we will be conducting a Coffee with a Cop, and that's going to be at Adams Place Restaurant, and that's going to be from 9 to 11 a.m. So please come join us and have a hot cup of coffee. If you have any questions or any concerns, you could share those there. Additionally, I wanted to share, too, that the Euclid Police Department was chosen by the Euclid Chamber of Commerce as the recipient of the 2019 Large Organization of the Year. So we're very excited about that. Additionally, just found out too that the St. Roberts and St. Williams Catholic School chose us as their 2019 community partner of the year. So we're very excited about those two awards or acknowledgments. And it's all part of our efforts to engage with the community, be involved with the community, and be involved with programs. So I'm very happy to hear that, and thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and congratulations to the Police Department on both of those well-deserved awards. Director Connect?
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Chair, and those watching. This week, March 2nd through 6th, is Household Hazardous Waste Roundup at the John A. Piscatello Service Center at 25200 Lakeland Boulevard. Items can be dropped off from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. The items that are accepted are oil or solvent-based paint, sealers, primers, and coatings, varnishes, polyurethane, shellacs, and spray paint, paint thinner, mineral spirits, turpentine, kerosene, gasoline, lighter fluid, automotive fluids including motor oil, pesticides, herbicides, and insecticides, caustic household cleaners, adhesives, roof tar, driveway sealer, mercury, and pool chemicals. This is free to residents, and again, it's this week, March 2nd through 6th from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. That completes administration reports this evening.
Thank you. We will now move on to committee documentation, and there was an Executive and Finance Committee meeting, which was our 4th budget hearing for 2020 budget on 2/19/2020. We actually went over presentations from the Shore Cultural Center leadership team, the Briardale leadership team. Finance Director Smith presented us with the capital budget for 2020. He also went over how we actually advance our golf course funding at the beginning of the year, which was a review for many of us and hopefully education for our new council people. And then final budgetary questions were discussed by the committee members and administration present. I will now turn it over to Councilwoman Cavanis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to receive and accept the following committee documentations. The Board of Control held on February the 18th, 2020, and the Executive and Finance meeting, the fourth budget hearing held on February the 19th, 2020.
Do I have a second? So moved by Councilman Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to our first committee of the whole, which is for legislative matters on the agenda only. Anyone wishing to comment, please come to the center podium, give us your name and address. Please limit your comments to 5 minutes or less. Any questions you may ask about a particular agenda item will be answered when that agenda item is discussed, and we can have our first speaker. Seeing none, we will move on with our agenda. Madam Clerk, please read the first agenda item into the record.
Resolution 113-19, a resolution authorizing the amendment of the consent judgment with Providence Baptist Church to allow for a new development project called Celebration Village at Providence Park.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilman Jaros. All in favor?
Aye.
And we will go to Law Director Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As council is aware, but I'm going to repeat this again for council and for the audience, Providence filed suit against the city in 2004 regarding a development that they intended to do at the property that they own. This is the same property we're discussing here today with the consent decree. In that case, the federal court found that our codes relating to zoning were unconstitutional as it applied to Providence's property, and, quote, the court found, quote, Providence is entitled to use, develop, and maintain their property, end quote, as set forth in the consent decree that was agreed on between the parties and the court. At that time, it was going to be a worship facility and a subdivision parcel that was going to contain housing. On the subdivision parcel, it was going to contain 64 single-family homes, 24 senior housing single-family homes, and 18 cluster condo unit dwellings. The project was also going to be developed in 3 phases. The consent decree then went through the basics of each type of housing, what the square footage would be, and also the sales prices. Also included in the consent decree was that future drawings would be subject to Architectural Review Board review, and approvals should not be unreasonably delayed or withheld. Also, permits and approvals for the construction of all the buildings were also not to be unreasonably delayed or withheld. In the event that there was any material change in circumstances making any further development impractical, Providence was to go back to the court asking for an amendment of the consent judgment and including the modifications. There was also a clause in the consent decree that the consent decree could be amended by agreement of the parties. Also, the provisions shall be binding upon the parties and their respective successors and assigns. The court retains jurisdiction to enforce the terms of the consent judgment. As we know, this initial development proposed by Providence did not happen. Then in 2007, council had the opportunity to allow then Law Director Christopher Fry to amend the consent judgment, and that was also done by agreement of the parties. In 2007, there was a new plan that the project was going to be built in 4 stages. Certain paragraphs from the original consent decree were deleted and stricken. Again, that project did not occur. So fast forward to 2019, when the current developers came before the city administration and came before council to tell you about the project that is currently on the table. Council is tasked again today to vote to allow me, as the law director, to enter into a consent judgment with Providence Park. You're aware of what the plan is. That hasn't changed. It will be a 55 and over community. There will be townhomes, active units, independent villas, and memory care units. There will also be a club facility with various activities. The church is selling their property to the developers. They will not be the developers in this case. And this is not going to be done in phases. You heard from the developers that they want to build everything at once and have one grand opening and the project done at the same time. Council will still have the opportunity to vote on the TIF and the development plan, and that legislation will be forthcoming. City administration will also have to approve drawings, plans, issue permits. There will be architectural review board review as well. Legally, nothing has changed from the original consent decree in 2004. And again, as the court said in 2004, Providence is entitled to use, develop, and maintain their property. Council has already approved the sale of the 2 city-owned parcels, and it's my recommendation council should approve the consent decree today, so then we can take the next necessary steps for this project. And I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Council members, discussion? Councilwoman Euclid.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Celebration Village project is huge and significant for the city. It's not every day that a city has a $150 million investment in the community on the table. I've done my best to prepare for this vote since taking office in January. I share some of the concerns that have been brought up through the months related to entrances, sewer capacity, burden on safety forces, and others. I believe that those issues will be addressed during the process of development and building. In preparation for the vote today, I reviewed all the materials, hundreds of pages of documents, which many of you are familiar with. I met with the law director to get the history of the site and the consent decree. I met with the representatives of the church. I watched the videos from the council meetings last fall. I spoke to residents, and I attended the recent joint meeting with the school board. My understanding is that there are many pieces to this project. One is amending the consent judgment, which we are voting on tonight. Then there's the creation of the TIF, which we learned about, then a planning and development agreement, and then all the nuts and bolts of a development building project that I've come to understand includes permits, architectural review, EPA guidelines, and many more. So I'm taking this one step at a time, and the first step is the consent judgment that is before us tonight. I will be voting yes to amend the consent judgment because the proposal is a good, reasonable, and relevant one, and we are obligated legally to allow reasonable projects on the church's property. In addition, the project and the related activity could be transformative for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Councilman Watilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Director Sweeney mentioned, this project did come before both the Planning Commission and City Council back in 2002. I think it's important to remember that what was requested at that time was a rezoning to both a U1, which is a single-family house district, and also UR2, which is a church district. Now, UR2 doesn't exist any longer, so with the initial application, the request was to a church classification and a single-family classification. I believe, based on the revised consent judgment, that it is dramatically different. In my opinion, it's dramatically different for a couple of reasons. The biggest being that this project, as proposed, would be 100% rental, whereas the initial application, the initial consent judgment was 100% fee ownership. So everybody that was going to move in and buy there or move in there was going to buy their property. The second dramatic change has to do with density. We all received the revised consent judgment, and now the number of housing units can be anywhere from 475 to 800 units. So that, that might be a good thing, I guess, depending on how you look at it, but it's certainly an increase in density compared to the 106 units that Law Director Sweeney mentioned that was part of the initial consent judgment. And the third item is not as significant as the other two, really has to do with access. I don't know that the initial application had any access through Ridge Hill Drive out to Wycliffe. I don't think it did, so I wanted to bring that up as an important factor. So with regards to the first item, and really my primary reason for the objection has to do with the rental properties. So if you look at our master plan, in page 32 of the master plan, specifically states that rental rate has increased from 42.3% in 2009 to 49.6% in 2014. This is a large percentage increase than both the county and the first suburbs. And there's comparisons of our rental rates in Euclid compared to comparison communities, including South Euclid, which is on the low end, just to the south of us. Their rental rate back in 2014 was 21.4%, again, compared to the 49.6%. So that's more of a fact than a statement. But then further on in the, or an opinion, but further on in the master plan that we all approved, it talks about a threat. And there's, this is the traditional strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, or SWOT analysis we might be familiar with. But a specific threat that was listed is decreased homeownership, or decreasing homeownership. So further on, it talks about goals and what we should be doing as part of the master plan. It talks about increasing the homeownership rate to stabilize housing. So we're looking at increasing homeownership rates. That's what the master plan that we all reviewed and approved talked about. Page 115 of the master plan talks about the hilltop neighborhoods, and it says, which this area would be part of. It says, hilltop neighborhoods are almost exclusively single-family homes with a few institutional uses such as schools and government structure. This should remain the primary character of these neighborhoods. The next sentence talks about apartment complexes and buildings, larger institutional uses, office buildings, senior living facilities, and select small retail uses should be allowed on existing sites along Euclid Avenue. So I think the master plan is pretty clear that we need to be looking at ways of decreasing rentership and increasing home ownership. The TLCI study for Euclid Avenue and the corridor study didn't include the property that this application is part of, but it did identify the uses along the study area of 12.8% were apartment uses, and that being identified as a significant part. And there's one other item. We talked about our zoning along the corridor study for the TLCI, and it talked about 14% is U3. U3 is apartments, and 14% of our uses along the corridor study were apartment, along with U3EL, which is senior, and that's an additional 2.5%. So I guess I wanted to be clear, but I think the change from the initial consent judgment and the amendment that was approved in 2008 that I was a part of on council, this to me is dramatically different, and for the reasons stated, I won't be supporting it. With regard to the specific amendment, we all received Exhibit U. I have many additional comments on that I think need to be addressed. So if I'm in the minority and there's enough to want to approve this or feel like we should be approving this, I would like to bring up my comments, but I'll save that for later.
Thank you, sir. Any other discussion? Councilman Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree that with the comments made by Councilman Wotilla, with a lot of the issues with the moving parts of this project, but I also agree with Councilwoman Yukic that we need to take this step by step. Also with the advice from the law director, we need to take this one step at a time, and I don't see a reason why this is not the way to stop this project, is to stop these folks from being able to sell this property. So for that reason, I will be supporting tonight, casting a vote in support of Providence Church being able to sell this property. We have to support that. This is America. They own the land. They have someone who wants to buy it. We shouldn't be stopping them from doing that. There are other ways to halt the project if you have issues with some of the things that were listed. And so for that reason, again, I'll be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilwoman McCavinis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate my colleagues' comments, and hopefully mine will be pretty short, but everyone knows that I am not in agreement with this project, and I'd like to say that as I understand that Providence has a right to sell their property, but there are other options besides selling it to this developer at this time. One reason why I'm not in agreement is that it will be a senior living facility. And as we all know, we have enough around us, let alone within our own city, to accommodate, I would say, the seniors that we would need to accommodate. We also have desire to increase our population in our schools, and this will not do that. If we look at multi-generational settings, which is on the rise in the next 5 to 20 years, we can say that a lot of that there are generations of persons living together in one household. If we can look at this particular property and development and include that, I would be in favor of that, because I think that we need to increase our population of children to attend our schools. We need to accommodate the residents who will be living together, the grandmother, the mom, and there's so many factors involved when it comes to multi-generational households. You have people living who are 2-3 generations in a household who are helping each other save money, their emotional needs that are met there. I know even as a senior, when I have my daughter or my grandchildren with me, I feel better about myself. A senior community doesn't always give that. So when we're looking at that, that's one of the negatives, some of the negatives. But I also requested Dr. Roy Larrick to look into it further for us, because remember I also cited the fact that we also need a survey. So he did do that, and I'd like to read some of his comments into the records, if you don't mind, Madam Chair. And this is from Dr. Roy Larrick. He stated in 2013, the Western Reserve Land Conservancy, Sarah Reisner, no longer there, contacted Dr. Larrick for a site visit of the Hillendale property. She began an initiative with Providence Baptist Church, but it languished when she left. And in 2014, West Creek Conservancy, Derek Schaefer, who is currently the executive director, came to visit the site. Derek has made periodic forays with the church and knows about the Celebration Village plan and TIF issues. He is ready to call the church should the TIF not materialize. The West Creek Conservancy specializes in assembling multiple small parcels in urban areas for conservation purposes. For example, they put together the land that became the West Creek Metro Parks Reservation back in 2002 or so. More recently, they snagged the old Palmerdale campus as an addition to the reservation. Derek already had funding sources in mind for Hillendale, as it's described, and we know it as Celebration Village. He would also approach the cities of Euclid, Wycliffe, and Willoughby Hills for consolidating their county line parcels with the church holdings. Derek believes strongly in protecting local natural areas, open spaces, streams, and waterways. Hillendale is the largest green space holding in Euclid and could be more valuable long-term if left green. Providence Baptist Church, in his opinion, can profit without selling it to an outside developer who will try to soak the city and the schools for all they are worth for a project of questionable local worth. Hillendale becomes a developer's easy picking, virgin territory. Selling to a conservancy can keep the land as it stands in perpetuity, or it can be given back to the city over time, end quote. And that is Dr. Larrick. So when we're talking about selling, not allowing, or Providence selling the property, their only option is not the development that they have. They also have other options on the table. One is with the Western Reserve Land Conservancy, the other is with West Creek Conservancy. And I think that we are selling ourselves short if we don't consider those options as well, especially when we have the option of them selling to the Conservancy, and then over time, the city, the land reverting back to the city. So, Madam Chair, this time I am not in agreement of this consent decree. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilwoman Gorshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess there's just two questions we need to ask about the project in its entirety, starting with this consent decree. Do we want this project or not? Is this project in the best interest of the city? I say no to both of those. Page 32 of the master plan states it quite nicely. this is a guide that we've adhered to, a guide to our development. So do we use it or let it get dust, as Councilman Langman used to say? We do all these studies and we put them on the shelf until it serves us. Is it our guide to development or not? Yes, we absolutely want home ownership, and we desire to have that versus rental. They have every right to sell their property, but to the best project. We have a wonderful component in being known as Tree City USA. Where will that go when we clear cut 75% of those trees and mitigate those wetlands? I would like to see other options as well and not have a senior living option. We have multi-generational people living together right now. Simply across the street from me, there's probably 7 families living in one house to make ends meet and to make it. We also have infrastructure concerns as well that have not been addressed. And the Western Reserve Land Conservancy has been a wonderful partner to the city, as has Dr. Roy Larick. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this tonight either. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing Councilman Watilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm thinking I'm in the minority, so I think it's important for me to bring up the issues now associated with the Exhibit U that we received, which is the amendment. It's not really an amendment. Previously, what we had seen was an amended and restated consent judgment. This is no longer an amended and restated consent judgment. This is an added exhibit to the previous consent judgment. So that's important to know, because what that means is they can still build what was originally proposed, which is fine, but now we have an Exhibit U which dictates how the property to be developed. As stated in the exhibit, there are no other approvals other than the ARB, Architectural Review Board approval. The previous version of the consent judgment, or the amended and restated consent judgment, at least referred to a site plan. This document doesn't even refer to a site plan. We don't know how this is proposed to be built. There's a site plan that was provided as part of our initial meeting that talks about the 4 villages, it talks about the number of homes, or the number of units, I should say. Now this Exhibit U has a range of those, and it has a range of areas. The original consent judgment had 20 exhibits describing how the property was going to be developed. 20 exhibits. It had floor plans, it had elevations, it had site plans. What we're being asked to review and approve has 0 site plans. It has 0 elevations. It has nothing. At a minimum, we should at least be making this project go to Planning Commission if there's enough votes to approve this. Because they could take all 800 units and lump them in one area. There's nothing saying they couldn't do that. They wouldn't have to build an aquatic center because that's not part of the amendment or the Exhibit U. I think at a minimum the changes need to be made include going to Planning Commission. I would suggest that be added to paragraph 3. The top of the second page, or page 4, it says consent judgment without the need for any permit. Obviously that's an error because they do have to get permits. And in paragraph 6 it says, upon satisfactory completion of such construction, any streets except private streets shall be promptly accepted by the city as public streets in accordance with these provisions of 1331.01 of the code. I think that sentence should be stricken. So those are my 3 recommendations for amendments to Exhibit U.
Madam Chair, if I can interrupt.
Director
This
Sweeney.
Exhibit U is in addition to the original consent decree that was on file in '04. There are references to subdivision plats and things along those lines. That's not going away. These are additional items that are included. And the part about paragraph 4, about permits, certificates, variances, paragraph 4 only pertains to zoning, because zoning has been established by federal court. And if you look at paragraph 7, that talks about the permits and approvals necessary for construction. But I'm happy.
I appreciate the comments, but the actual joint motion for amended order approving the amendment says, notwithstanding anything here to the contrary, the church shall have the right to develop the property composed of county parcel numbers, and they list 3 of them, in accordance with Exhibit U. The only item that would govern the redevelopment of this property is Exhibit U, and it's 2 pages. There's no reference to any site plans, there's no reference to floor plans, site plans, building elevations. Again, I'm going to restate it. There were 20 exhibits to the first consent decree, 20 that most specifically outlined how this project was going to be developed. This time, we have 0 exhibits.
Madam Chair, to the councilman, the council will have a development agreement before them. This gives me permission to work with Providence lawyers to open up the discussion for this to happen. You are going to have TIF before you, and you are going to have a development agreement. And you're giving me, this legislation is giving me permission to negotiate this joint motion and Exhibit U. I am happy to still work with council after you give me permission by the vote tonight to still work with this. I am on regular conversation with Lee. Lee is here tonight. We are happy to work through this document to make council comfortable. So again, you're voting to allow me to do that.
Thank you, and I appreciate the clarity, although it's certainly inconsistent with what was done previously. That's where I'm at.
And I don't disagree.
Dramatically inconsistent.
And this 2004 document was to get a civil federal lawsuit to settle. That's what that was. And even if you look at 07, it's the same thing. Joint motion for order approving the amendment of the consent judgment. Same kind of content where a couple different paragraphs, a couple paragraphs were deleted, and other exhibits, plat subdivisions, and just a little bit of details surrounding what the new project was going to be.
Thank you. I appreciate that, but I know we have the TIF legislation that is separate, and the developer and applicant has told us that that's a requirement for the project, so there is other opportunities. But if we approve this, we're approving something that we don't know what it is. We don't know that it's an aquatic center. We don't know how many units they're going to be building. That's why I think at a minimum it should go to Planning Commission.
The number of units is included.
But there's a range. It goes so the range could be anywhere from 450 on the low end to 800 on the high end. So I don't want to belabor it, but it's certainly inconsistent with what was done in the past. I'll be voting no. I would hope that we at least amend it to say that they have to go to Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make one comment about the master plan. The master plan was referenced in several instances. The master plan also calls for the need for senior housing and opportunity for our residents to age in place and be able to stay in our community. So yes, there's references to we want to increase home ownership. In many cases, that's around our neighborhoods, and so the transition of some of our single-family homes or duplexes to rentals. Apartment buildings are, in most cases, going to be rental. If you look at the housing being built in downtown Cleveland, if you look, there's an article either today or yesterday about Columbus, housing boom, it's all rental. The fact that this is a 55 and older community, I would ask every one of you to think about your parents, and if your parents were leaving their home they've been in for however many years to go into a different facility, they don't necessarily want to enter another mortgage. They don't want to have to take care of a home. Many seniors, not everybody. There's certainly all different options people are looking for, but housing trends have changed. Many people today are looking for new options of rental property. They don't want to take care of a home, especially if you're later in life. And so to have the amenities and to have the freedom to be able to move into a different level of care should you need it, is what's popular among senior housing. And so I understand that there's areas, yes, we really want to push for home ownership. There's many different housing options, and I think we need to be competitive. The market study that you all had access, and I think everybody got a chance to read, shows there is a demand for this type of housing, shows that there is a market for this type of housing, and it is not a type of housing we have available. Yes, we have other senior living opportunities. We do not have new higher-end senior opportunities. And so it is consistent with our master plan in other areas that you did not mention. So I just wanted to make that part of the record as well.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Is there anybody who hasn't spoken who wishes to speak? Okay, Councilman Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To either Director Sweeney or Director Holliday, there were some serious concerns that Councilman Watilla brought up. One of the things I want to ask, because the response has been on several occasions that we still have the planning and development agreement. Is everything that he just named out, will we be able to address all of that within the planning and development agreement? And not only am I asking that question to you guys, but is it any truth to what he says about we only are going to be able to deal with this on just these 2 pages? And I would like, though I'm asking you this question, if there are any of my colleagues as well that can speak to, what is it again, if you could go through, that we're voting on by voting on this consent decree tonight? I was under the impression that this was a vote just simply to allow Providence to be able to sell the property. And in my opinion, I don't think under the proposed 100% 30-year TIF, I don't agree with that. And so if that is what comes back from the school board, that would be where I would cast my no vote, in my opinion, was what I had thought prior to coming in here. But with some of these other issues, can you, one, go through that and answer if that'll be addressed with the planning development agreement?
I'm going to defer to Director Holliday on the planning and development side of things. I'm not sure the last time council has done a development agreement. Do you recall which project that was we talked about? Was it that one?
Shores of Edgecliff.
Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, Madam Chair, to the councilman, we do have examples of development agreements in the past. Shores of Edgecliff is probably a good example. We've also used them when we've sold property throughout the city. Basically, I think we have real broad ability to bring into that agreement and negotiate in that agreement really just about any objective that the city has that would be within legal requirements or allowable under the law. So,
For example, he's mentioned the aquatic center, for example. If if that was in the plan and development agreement, they would absolutely have to do that. And then are those the types of things we can put into this type of agreement?
I don't see any reason why we can't. If we wanted to make that essentially a requirement for them to receive the TIF funding, then I don't see any reason why we couldn't put that as a requirement in the development agreement.
Law Director Sweeney, because even in his first comments, he said, obviously, anything legal. Would that be legal for us to then begin and start telling them how they can or cannot build? And is the planning and development agreement where we would do that?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, the planning and development agreement is where we would do that. The site plan should be on there as well. You've seen rudimentary drawings of the site plans, if not filed formal site plans yet. There's nothing illegal about that. It also includes the different types of housing, the square footage, what the makeup is, and as you've heard from them, their product is standard. Would they change something here in Euclid that they've done in Georgia? I don't know. I doubt it. Their project is standard.
But can we protect ourselves?
Yes.
You saying you doubt it isn't enough. Can we protect
Yes.
ourselves?
And the minute that something goes awry with the development agreement, we still have the consent decree to fall back on, saying that they have changed something materially. And Councilman, I don't know that you were necessarily involved in those conversations. It was months ago before you were on council. If there's a material change in what they're proposing, we have the opportunity also to go back to federal court. It's not just a one-way street with them going to federal court.
And then two more things. If you could explain exactly what it is that we are voting for here tonight. And I'm specifically asking so that you know what the kind of answer I'm looking for. I'm specifically asking that based on advice that we received from you about them being able to sell the property specifically.
Madam Chair, to the councilman, you are passing this resolution tonight to give me permission to sign the consent decree, or actually the joint motion for order to, let me give you the exact title that it's called. Joint motion for order approving the amendment of the consent judgment filed herein on November 17th, 2004, as amended. So you're giving me and Lee permission to file this item with the court for this joint order to make the big picture about what the project's going to be. The court doesn't care about the tiny little details, and that's not where we put it. It gives an overall picture of what this project is. That's what the court wants to see. The parties are agreeing that this is the project that's going to go forward. Beyond that, as I've mentioned, and you are aware, we have the TIF next, and then the development agreement. Now, should either of those things go awry, we're also not selling our properties too. There's 2 of those properties that are at stake right now, and Providence will not sell the properties to Celebration Village.
What stops them from doing that? What specifically?
Probably the TIF. Probably the TIF. If the TIF doesn't pass, Providence is not going to sell their properties to the Celebration Village folks.
And so if we have the conservancy options out there that we all received emails about as well, if they wanted to sell to them, where would we still be here? Would we still have to deal with, would it be a whole new consent decree? Would we still have to deal with that consent decree as well as every other step that we're dealing with here now all over again? Or would...
The Celebration Village folks have an option. I don't know what the day is. I'm picking a day out of the air, making this up. Let's say April 30th. So if things don't happen with City Council or the school by April 30th, again, made up date, then they may say, we're done here, we're backing out, you know, the TIF doesn't pass, or time passes and a decision's not made, they may back out. Providence then goes back to the drawing board with, we have this piece of land that we need to sell. So right now, the Conservancy's not on the table for Providence, as far as I'm aware. This is the project that is before us right now.
Okay, and then very last question. Could we send this to P&Z? Is that the process or how this works? Could we vote to send this to P&Z just as an extra, again, as an extra check and balance here? And if Councilman Watilla would like to comment as to that process or what he's looking for with that as well. It's not something I keep saying it's a huge project. It's not something that I would be opposed to. We need to make sure that we get it right. So can you tell me about that process?
Madam Chair, to the Councilman, the original consent decree specifically says nothing is to go back to P&Z zoning related. So they're entitled to build what they want to build on the property, and we have no right to stick our nose in about the zoning piece. Now, if there's another board that should look at something but not zoning related, they certainly can do that. If it's ARB or I don't know who else it might be, but you know, zoning's certainly available to look at something development-wise, but not relating to the zoning part.
Okay, and thank you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Watilla. Hearing what she's saying about it not being able to go, or for planning and zoning to not be able to address zoning issues with the original consent decree, where would you see us as a next step as far as to checks and balances?
Gentlemen, I'd like to not have a back and forth commentary. If you have a response that's different than what you've already said, Councilman Watilla will hear that.
The original consent judgment did talk about going to back to planning commission if something were to change.
Right.
So it could go back to planning commission. In my opinion, what's changed was the version that we had previously seen in November, December referenced a site plan. And I was thinking at the time it was the site plan that they had presented to us. So there was reference to a site plan. Now there's no reference to anything. So,
Madam Chair, to the Council, there was a, in the original was a subdivision plat. If council feels more comfortable adding site plan as one of the conditions for before I'm able to sign the consent decree, I am fine with that, and I'm sure the developers will be okay with that. They have a rough site plan. I don't think they have a final site plan yet because of, you know, topography issues.
And I think that's where the variance or the range comes in. I mean, you all have seen the site plan, and they've been pretty detailed with, here's the independent living, here's the apartments, here's where the outdoor aquatics, here's where the celebration center is. That site plan, we can make that a condition to attach to the attachment. The other, just stepping back, this is a multi-step thing. I mean, in development, it doesn't make sense for them to do the detailed drawings and engineering until they have permission to do this. The consent decree is a pretty big thing to have done in order to know they can go forward. They're not going to spend the time. They've spent a lot of time, money, and effort getting to the point, presenting everything they've presented to council to this point. To get beyond that, they need to know we have agreement around the consent decree, and the consent decree allows them to do this project that's been presented. Celebration Village, that includes the independent living villas, the senior apartments, that whole breadth of services you've seen at every meeting. That has not changed. So we can certainly add that to the amendment, the site plan that's been presented to council. That's what they're planning to build. I don't think there will be any objection to specifically showing that document. You've all seen it. Attach that to the amendment of the consent decree. But to the detailed planning and drawings come in once they know they have sort of a green light, yes, we're interested in doing this project. So again, back to, Councilman Epps, the steps of doing it. We had the property first, consent decree. Next, we have development agreement and TIF. And the development agreement we've done for Shores of Edgecliff in the past. We've done for other development agreements where we have a stake. And we have a stake. If council's going to agree to a TIF, you agree to a TIF dependent on this. And that's the development agreement that states, here's what we're going to build, here's what it's going to look like, here's the materials, here's the projected cost. All of those things get spelled out in a more detailed document as part of a development agreement that you can make dependent on the TIF.
So, can we add the amendment to our attachment?
Yes.
And where exactly would it be? Because they're going to need to be able to vote on the amendment first.
I would do that in section 2. Director of Law is authorized to execute any document necessary to implement the amendment to the consent judgment with the inclusion of the site plan.
Does everybody see where it would go? Do you have that? Any discussion on the amendment? Councilman Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the approval of the site plan, meaning that if there was a site plan and then we did not agree with that site plan, it would shut all of this down, correct?
There has been one presented in the packets.
But, no. So we would be, so then now we're being asked to not only vote for the consent decree, but also to approve the site plan as presented as well. Not the specific drawn-up document that the mayor alludes to, them putting together after they know they have approval on the consent decree.
Madam Chair, to the councilman, traditionally speaking, council doesn't approve a site plan. That's done through the certified building official.
But could we do it that way?
You don't have a role in approving a site plan. The CBO does that, with the inclusion of probably, I'm going to guess, Laura Travers in dance shop, housing building inspectors. That's generally, the administration approves the site plan.
Thank you.
Councilman Watilla,
Just
on the amendment.
Just to be clear, don't site plans go to our planning commission?
Sometimes, not all the times.
I would think
If that's required.
any commercial project, I'm sure would go to planning commission. I don't want to belabor the point.
I have to defer to,
Decorum, please.
Right.
So we can hear.
I'd have to defer to Ms. Greta or Director Holliday on the workflow of a site plan.
Right. A site plan for a specific building is different than, this is a whole development project. The site plan that's been presented to council is I don't want to say draft, it's what they're working from right now. That's what they're planning to build. Something substantially different from that would have to come back for approval from council, because that would change what you're agreeing to for the consent decree. substantial, I mean, that's where the range of units. So, 100 to 125 units, it could be off depending on if there's, where an underground utility is going to be put in, and if it has, the sight lines and some of that stuff, they haven't done the detailed work yet. There could be land, there could be an area they don't want to build on because of the soil conditions. Once they do that detailed work, that will change a little bit. If it's dramatically different, then it will come back. So what they've presented to you, what everyone has seen, is the site plan for the project. The specific building site plan would not come back to council for a different project. Somebody came in and wanted to build a new or renovate a gas station. That's not going to come to council. This is a development agreement that will, through the course of the development agreement, that's where the whole site plan, that here's what we're building here, here's how many units, the details come there. This is, if you agree with the general premise of this is what they want to build, then this is the next step to do that. Gives them the comfort that, yes, council's interested in working with this. Yes, we think this is a good idea. Yes, this is your property. You have the right to develop it this way. We'll go to the court, and then we'll continue to work with them if council approves this on the details of what goes into the development agreement that will need council's approval.
Thank you. Other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Epps, second by Councilman Jaros. All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment.
Cavanagh.
No.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
No.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
No.
Mancuso.
Yes.
The amendment passes.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the overall resolution? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilwoman Yukich, second by Councilman Watilla. All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the resolution.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
No.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
No.
Cavanagh.
No.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Resolution passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the second agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 018-20. An ordinance authorizing the sale of permanent parcel number 644-21-054, vacant land at 24373 Maplewood Drive from the Euclid Land Bank to Clifton Jones for the amount of $1,000 as authorized by ordinance numbers 98-2010 and 101-2011.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Watilla, second by Councilwoman Yukich. All in favor?
Aye.
Director Holliday to begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The sale was reviewed and recommended for approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission at its meeting on February 11th of this year. This legislation will authorize the sale of this lot, which measures 5,350 square feet, to the adjacent owner. The homeowner lives at 24350 Paradise Lane to the north of this property. The purchaser is current on their taxes and is in good standing with the Housing Department. I do believe that there's a desire for this to be a first reading this evening so that the ward council person can continue to review this case, and we have no objection to that. I will point out that the lot came into our inventory in 2013, and we've not received any interest in this site from developers. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none. Does anybody want to take it to a second reading? So moved by Councilman Jaros, second by Councilwoman Gorshi. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll close debate. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilman Jaros. Madam Clerk, please take the roll on sending this to a second reading.
Epps. Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavanagh?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Mancuso?
Yes.
Sent to the second reading.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the third agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 023-20, an emergency ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of Euclid or her designee to enter into a storefront renovation agreement with Eastlake Ventures LTD, doing business as Northeast Factory Direct, for the provision of a grant in the amount not to exceed $25,000 to superior exterior improvements of the property located at 24470 Lakeland Boulevard, Euclid, Ohio.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin the discussion. So moved by Councilwoman Yukich, second by Councilman Moore. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Director Holliday to begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. I think many of us remember when B&B Appliance closed their shop on Lakeland Boulevard. We were very fortunate following that to come into contact with Northeast Factory Direct, and were able to convince them to choose that location for the relocation of their business. Part of our discussions at that time was the offering of a storefront renovation grant in order to assist them with the necessary exterior improvements at that location. They did proceed with the purchase, and they've done a fantastic job of bringing new activity and employment to that location. The storefront renovation project that they have proposed consists of exterior renovations totaling $53,000. It includes the installation of a new pole sign, which was just recently completed, as well as the installation of 2 illuminated building cabinet signs and a landscape island at a total cost, as I mentioned, of $53,000. As is the case with our storefront program, we are proposing to cover just under half of that amount, or up to $25,000, to assist them in the completion of these exterior improvements. We do have a representative of the company here this evening. He's happy to answer any questions you may have. In advance, I'd like to thank you for your support of this. Northeast Factory Direct is a great new business tenant that we have here in the city, and we're happy that the storefront renovation program can help them complete their exterior improvements and be successful at this location.
Thank you. Discussion? Would anybody like to suspend the rules to hear from the gentleman, or are you all okay? You all good? Any further discussion? Councilman Watilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Holliday, thanks for calling me today to discuss this. As I stated on the phone, I just think in future it'd be nice if we would, these would be better if it were permanent improvements that weren't tenant-specific. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Watilla, second by Councilwoman Yukich. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules to forego the second and third reading. So moved by Councilwoman Yukich, second by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
Jaros?
Yes.
McIntosh?
Yes.
Watilla?
Yes.
Yukich?
Yes.
Gorski?
Yes.
Cavanagh?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Epps? Mancuso?
Yes.
Ordinance passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the fourth agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 016-20, an emergency ordinance declaring improvements to a parcel of real property to be a public purpose, describing the public improvements to be made that directly benefit such parcel, requiring the owner of the improvements therein to make service payments in lieu of taxes, and establishing a Euclid Avenue TIF District Number 1 Public Improvement Tax Increment Equivalent Fund for the deposit of such service payments.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilwoman Cavanagh, second by Councilwoman Gorski. All in favor? Aye. And we will begin with Director Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. As you are aware, a new Dollar General retail store has been constructed at this location on Euclid Avenue. The legislation that's before you tonight will direct 75% of the new property taxes from this development into a TIF fund to support public improvements for a period of 10 years. The public improvements that we are looking to make would include improvements along Euclid Avenue near the development site, such as roadway, crosswalk, sidewalk, streetscape, and landscaping upgrades. We can also make public park improvements near the development site with this fund. There was a required notification that was sent to the schools on February 13th, which has been more than 14 days now, so council can proceed with the passage of this ordinance this evening, and we would recommend that you do so that we can complete the process with the state and county in order to create this TIF fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion? Councilwoman McAvinnis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did speak with Director Holliday today. I asked if there are any time constraints on this, because since we have not heard from the school board, and it's supposed to be 14 days prior to the passage of the ordinance, I think that I would like to see it just go to a third reading at this time, if there aren't any time constraints, just to give them the opportunity to respond.
Director Holliday?
Madam Chair, to the councilwoman, while there's not a time constraint, I do think we should move along this process as quick as possible. With the building having recently been completed, we would like to get the paperwork into the state and the county in order to ensure that there's no hang-ups with them creating the TIF. As I mentioned, the 14-day public or notice period has been completed, so council's not under any obligation to wait any longer. We've not received any comments or concerns from the school board, so I don't see any reason why council couldn't vote on this evening, so that we could keep it moving along. But certainly that's council's decision on whether or not to do that.
Okay, Madam Chair, to the director then, if this passes tonight, is there anything that the school board can say or do after the fact, since they did not respond?
Director Holliday?
Madam Chair, to the councilwoman, no, there's not. And in fact, at this level, 75% for 10 years, the requirement is that we notify the schools. There's no requirement that they consent or approve the TIF. So we did provide the necessary notification, waited at least 14 days. They've not raised any concerns, so council is free to act on this evening if you so desire.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Director. And colleagues, I request your support of this TIF. And Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to forego the third reading.
Okay.
And vote on this tonight, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilwoman McAvinnis, second by Councilman Moore. All in favor? I have a motion to suspend the rules to forego the third reading by Councilwoman McAvinnis. I need a second. Councilman Epps. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Abstain.
Yukich.
Yes.
Dorsey.
Yes.
Cavaness.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Charles.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Ordinance passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the fifth agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 011-20, an emergency ordinance which makes the annual appropriation for all expenditures for the City of Euclid for the period ending December 31st, 2020.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin the discussion. So moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, second by Councilman Jaros. All in favor? Aye. Director Smith, if you'd begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to Council. In front of Council, there's a version A of the 2020 appropriation ordinance. There are no changes on there that we didn't discuss in our previous meetings. What I'd like to do, this is the third reading of like I said, the 2020 appropriation ordinance. So I'll run through the changes. There's only about 12 of them, so I'll do it pretty quickly. Like I said, there's nothing in here that we haven't already discussed or talked about in the previous meetings. So on the first change in the amended appropriation ordinance is the Court Department of Court and General Fund. The first 7 will be general fund changes. We increased other professional services $5,000 for a software that they are going to use for house arrest.
Can I stop you for just a second? Does everybody have their sheet that has the amendments? And do you all have the amended version? Because we're going to make an amendment after that to accept them all. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. The second one is also in court. We reduced the 3 new in-court employees to 20 pays. They were at 26 pays, and also reduced their medical coverage by 2 months from 10 to 12, from 12 to 10. In law, we also did the same thing. We reduced the new employee from 20 to 26, from 26 pays to 20 pays, and their medical coverage from 12 to 10. In police, again, 3 new employees. We reduced the medical coverage from 12 to 10. And we also, in the original budget, their salaries were reduced in the appropriation ordinance that you have. The senior center, there were 2 employees in the senior center that we increased their pay to $10 an hour. One employee, this was a 98 cents increase, and the other one was a $1.11 increase. The transfer to Shore was reduced by $13,000 to reflect Shore's current budget that they presented. Those are it for the general fund changes. In other funds and nuisance abatement, we increased nuisance abatement by, we had talked about $50,000 wages. The total of that was $59,125 to include the benefits for those wages. CDBG, we increased 3 employees also to $10 an hour. That's Fund 250. One of those employees got a 7-cent raise. The other one got a 45-cent raise to bring their salary up to $10 an hour. In Fund 310, we had talked about the capital budget, so that was increased by $852,500. This is to include, like I said, all the capital budget items that we presented to council. In 510, we also increased that to include their capital budget by $318,000. And in the equipment replacement fund, which is part of wastewater, Fund 511, we increased that by $91,000 to pay for their capital budget request, which is part of their lease payment. So, all that said, those were all the changes that were discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion? Councilman Matilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Smith, the revised sheets that we talked about, you may have emailed them to us, but
And it should be in your packet.
I sent it to you.
pardon me?
I sent it to you.
Did you print them for us? Were they printed?
It should be part of your packet.
In front of each council member tonight was a revised appropriation ordinance. It should say 11A at the top left, or I'm sorry, right corner.
I misunderstood. I thought the individual sheets from the binder were going to be replaced.
They were. Those were all emailed to council along with a new budget book in totality.
I'll have to read my email.
If not, I can resend them.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to accept the amendments, and they are included in, accept them as a whole. They are included in 011A-20. I need a second by Councilwoman Gorshi. Discussion about the amendment. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilwoman Gorshi, second by Councilman Watilla. All in favor? Any further discussion on the ordinance itself with the amendment included? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Watilla, second by Councilman Moore. All in favor? Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
Watilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavanagh.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes,
Ordinance passed as amended.
thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the 6th agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 025-20, an emergency ordinance providing for the schedule of inter-transfer of funds between all funds.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilwoman Yukich, second by Councilman Jaros. All in favor? Director Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This ordinance is required on top of the appropriation ordinances, the ordinance to allow us to transfer the funds. Like I said, this is exactly what we talked about in the budget, but a separate ordinance is needed. What's not included in this ordinance is the advance to the golf course. As I had said earlier, we'll wait to see where they're at, and we'll probably have a piece coming back to council in the next couple months to allow the advance to the golf course. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Epps, second by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor? Aye. I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules to forego the second and third reading. So moved by Councilwoman Gorshi, second by Councilwoman Yukich. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavaness.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Giles.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Patilla.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Ordinance passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the seventh agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 026-20, an ordinance to provide for the issuance and sale of general obligation bond anticipation notes of the City of Euclid, Ohio, in anticipation of the issuance of bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $5 million to retire certain outstanding bond anticipation notes of the city issued to pay costs of various capital improvements and declaring an emergency.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Jarrow, second by Councilman Epps. All in favor? Aye. Director Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to Council. A few weeks ago, we had Bob Franz, from our underwriter from Stiefel, to present to Council. This is part of that presentation. This is simply just rolling over our notes that we have authorized in the past, probably 3 or 4 years. The plan is to continue to roll these over this year and then bond them out next year as a long-term bond, with a long-term bond. So this, like I said, is just rolling over the notes previously authorized by Council.
Thank you. Discussion by Council? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilwoman Yukich, second by Councilman Watilla. All in favor? Aye. I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules to forego the second and third reading. So moved by Councilman Gorshi, second by Councilwoman Cavaness. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavaness.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Giles.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Ordinance passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the eighth agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 027-20, an ordinance to provide for the issuance and sale of various purpose general obligation refunding bonds of the City of Euclid, Ohio, in a principal amount not to exceed $6,625,000 to refund certain bonds issued for various purposes and declaring an emergency.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage. To begin discussion, so moved by Councilwoman Yukich, second by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor?
Aye.
Director Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to Council. Again, as we spoke a few weeks ago, this is refunding an old bond issue that the city has outstanding from 2011. We actually went out for pricing today on this refunding, and as the rates came back, we were looking at approximately an $812,000 savings over the course of these bonds. Again, much of that savings will be realized in the wastewater and not the bond retirement fund, but again, a savings nonetheless.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilman Jaros.
Madam Chair, Director Smith, you answered what I was going to ask, but just to be clear, we went out for that bid today.
Correct.
Okay, so
We sent 24 bids out, we received 4 back, and the interest rate that we are in at is about a 2.04%.
Yeah, and just for some reference, the coronavirus has been a real concern and has just absolutely destroyed yields across the yield curve, so probably the timing couldn't have been better in terms of getting
Like I said, the savings was even more than we had anticipated from the beginning, so.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain, did you have? I'm watching. I'll entertain a motion to close debate, so moved by Councilman Epps, second by Councilman Jaros. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules to forego the second and third reading. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilwoman Cavaness. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
Cavaness.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Giles.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Ordinance passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the ninth agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 028-20, An ordinance to provide for the issuance of not to exceed $853,000 of general obligation bond anticipation notes in anticipation of the issuance of bonds to pay the cost of acquiring motorized vehicles and equipment and apparatuses thereto and declaring an emergency.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Jaros, second by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor? Aye. And we go to Director Smith first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is authorizing the bond anticipation notes for the 2020 capital budget. The amount is approximately $853,000, not to exceed that. These notes will go out at the end of April and should close the beginning of May. These, along with the ones that we approved in ordinance 2620, will be part of the bond ordinance, or the bonds that we issue in 2021.
Thank you. And any further discussion by council? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Epps, second by Councilman Moore. All in favor? Aye. Entertain a motion to suspend the rules to forego the second and third reading. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilman Jaros. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Rutilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Borshi.
Yes.
Cavanagh.
Yes.
And Kuso.
Yes.
Ordinance passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the 10th agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 021-20, an ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service of the City of Euclid to enter into contract with M Tech Company, 7401 First Place, Suite G, Oakwood Village, Ohio, 44146-6710, for the purpose of purchase of one 2020 Gap vacuum and jet combination truck on a Mack chassis for use in the Streets and Sewer Department in the amount not to exceed $419,842.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilwoman Yukich. All in favor?
Aye.
Come on, guys. I think this goes to Director Connect. Am I correct?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This vehicle would be purchased to be used in the cleaning of the collection system. It would work in tandem with our camera truck that goes out to survey the condition of the collection system. This truck would be in front of the camera truck to get the lines clean so that when the camera went through, we could get an accurate assessment of the collection system. This vehicle would be purchased off Ohio State Cooperative Contract. The lead time on this vehicle is currently just over 1 year. The chassis has a long lead time, and then the upfitter would need time to get the rest of the truck put together. This truck would be replacing a unit that is 22 years old and past its useful life. We would be doing a 5-year lease on this truck. We would own it at the end of 5 years, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions you may have on it.
Thank you, sir. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Rutilla, second by Councilman Moore. All in favor? Aye. I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules to forego the second and third reading. So moved by Councilman Rutilla, second by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
Epps. Yes. Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Rutilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Borshi.
Yes.
Cavanagh.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
And Kuso.
Yes.
Ordinance passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the 11th ordinance into the record.
Ordinance 022-20. An ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service of the City of Euclid to enter into contract with Breckholder Truck Sales LLC, 4216 Southway Street, Southwest, Canton, Ohio, 44706, for the purchase of one 2020 Mack granite dump truck with arm plow and body package for use in the Public Service Department in the amount not to exceed $167,202.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilman Epps. All in favor? Aye. And we will go to Director Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to Council. Currently, there's a need to replace 2 chillers in CE or Ice Arena. Currently, we're operating at 50 to 70% capacity.
I think we're on 12, aren't we? I'm sorry. That's why you were taking so long. I'm sorry. You're all so quiet. It is the 12th. Let's go back. Let's go back, because heaven forbid we don't want to do this incorrectly. So, now the motion on the floor for passage to begin discussion on the 12th agenda item, which is what you read. Oh, the 11th. I'm sorry. See, I'm going to do it again. Okay. So then that will go to Councilman Epps and Councilman Jaros. All in favor? Aye. Now to Director Connect. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would be for the purchase of a large dump truck to be used in the clearing of the streets and the salting. This unit is currently, the chassis is at the dealership, and we would be able to schedule the upfitting of that within 60 days. This would be exactly what we had purchased last year as far as the chassis. This would have a different style salt spreader on it. We currently use 3 different style salt spreaders in the roads depending on the area of the city and the type of road that's being done. So this would have what is called a V-box salt spreader installed. That is the price difference from the one that we purchased last fall. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councilman Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Director Connect, the last vehicle we were looking at was a lease. Is this one a lease or a purchase?
Director Connect.
Madam Chair, to the Councilman, this is a purchase.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilwoman Cavanis. All in favor? Aye. And entertain a motion to suspend the rules to forego the second and third reading. So moved by Councilwoman Euclid, second by Councilwoman Gorshi. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Botella.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavanis.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Ordinance passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, now please read the 12th agenda item in the record.
Ordinance 019-20, an ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service of the City of Euclid to enter into contract with Relmac Mechanical LLC, 4975 Hamilton Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio 44114, to replace 2 chillers for the ice-making system at CE or Ice Arena.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Epps, second by Councilwoman Cavanis. All in favor? Aye. Director Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to Council. Again, this is to replace 2 chillers at CE or Ice Arena that are currently operating at about 50 to 70% capacity. We went into the current season with our fingers crossed. So far, we've been fortunate. The good thing about this particular offer or proposal by Relmac is that it includes a maintenance agreement within the proposal. Currently, we pay on average of about $32,000 to $34,000 per year for a maintenance agreement, which in this particular proposal is included for the next 3 years, so we would not have to absorb that cost for 3 years. I would be glad to entertain any questions and look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion? Councilwoman Cavanis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Director Stevens, I was looking at the proposed scope of work, and at the bottom it states that the warranty may be void if caused by vandalism, abuse, neglected maintenance, misuse, or acts of God. Have we ever had a warranty to state that, and have we ever had any incidents where we've that any of our chillers have been abused or vandalized?
Dr. Stevens.
Madam Chair, to the councilwoman, we have not had any incidents like that, but I will say, generally, the only issues we have is just from the fact that our current chillers are roughly 20-plus years of age.
Okay, so there's no chance that any of that would take effect, or any of those incidents would occur, so we would have the warranty. Now, does that warranty, is that the 5-year workmanship warranty, the 10-year compressor parts warranty? Which warranty are they referring to when they're
Dr. Smith?
stating this?
Stevens, sorry.
Madam Chair, so councilperson, there's a 5-year workmanship warranty. There's a 10-year compressor parts and refrigerant warranty, and then there's a 3-year maintenance program that I mentioned earlier.
So they're referring to all of those, all 3 of those then, when they're saying the warranty may be void if caused by? Is that it? Yeah.
Madam Chair, to the councilperson, that is how I read it, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilman Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In that same letter that my my colleague was referring to, there is a line that says, please note that in order to have the rink in operation by September 1st, 2020, and avoid any price increase, the order must be placed no later than March 31st, 2020. So my question to you, Madam Chair, and I'm not sure if it's to the administration also, is do we need to make this an emergency ordinance so that they can order it, or can they order it before this goes into effect?
In order for it to be called Director Sweeney.
Madam Chair, to the councilman, it would make it cleaner if council did amend this to an emergency ordinance, just so there's no issues. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Would you like to make that motion, sir?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay. Other discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. Oh, sorry. Did you have your hand up? Sorry. Councilman Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Director Stevens, and this was no surprise to me when I came up, when we met prior to even going into budget hearings, this was something that you expressed a need for. And so I was actually happy to see it there. And I feel just as, we fight for city-owned properties such as Briardale, and for sure, I think that we need to include the ice arena in that as well. I will ask if you could, just to go a little deeper into what Councilwoman Cavitas was trying to ask you, are they just talking about the maintenance warranty? Because they don't specify it there. And then also, if you could just give me an example of what would be misuse, or what are they talking about when they say misuse? Like, if you could give me some examples of what would be misuse that would disqualify us from the warranty.
Director Stevens.
Madam Chair, to the councilman, I would just think based on past experience, it is necessary that we make sure that we're maintaining the chillers properly, making sure that the service maintenance agreement is being done at the appropriate times, making sure that during the months that that the arena is closed, that the chillers aren't in operation, obviously.
Gotcha.
During the hot summer months. There can be a number of things, and I think maybe Director Connect can chime in if I'm missing anything, but as long as we operate the arena like we have for a number of years, I don't anticipate any issues.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Director Connect, did you want to add anything?
Madam Chair, no, he hit all the points that were needed on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Epps, second by Councilman Jaros. All in favor?
Aye.
We have a motion on the floor to make this an emergency ordinance. We have a second by Councilwoman Gorshi. Madam Clerk, is there any discussion on making an emergency ordinance? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on making this an emergency ordinance.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Patilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavanagh.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Jaros.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes. Now, we need to, is there any further discussion on the ordinance itself? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilman Epps. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules to forego the second and third reading. So moved by Councilman Epps, second by Councilman Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
Watilla?
Yes.
Yukich?
Yes.
Orshi?
Yes.
Cavaness?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Epps?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
McIntosh?
Yes.
Mancuso?
Yes.
Ordinance passed as amended.
Madam Clerk, please read the 13th agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 024-20, an ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service of the City of Euclid, Ohio, to become a member of the Ohio Wastewater Agency Response Network to assist the City of Euclid's water reclamation plant in the form of personnel, equipment, materials, and supplies in the event of emergencies that disrupt public utilities.
Thank you. Entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilwoman Yukich. All in favor? Aye. Director Connect?
Thank you, Madam Chair. OH Warren is an agency that is used in times of disasters, whether they're from human error or from weather events. This organization is something that myself and Chief Haddock have discussed. It would be something that we would like to put in as part of our emergency disaster plan that is submitted to the Ohio EPA. It's also something that, in the form of a disaster, gives us one more tool that we can use for, whether it be supplies, materials in the form of equipment, personnel from neighboring communities throughout the state of Ohio. There is no cost at this time to join this organization. The yearly fees right now are picked up by the American Water Works Association, and that partnership seems to be something that will be in place for the foreseeable future. I would be happy to answer any questions on the organization tonight, and I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. Are any of our workers part of the NIM system now? Have they taken any of the courses that'll be part of this?
Madam Chair, at this point, no, they are not.
Okay. That'll be very useful for them?
Yes.
And you obviously have my support if it's part of our emergency plan. Other discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilwoman Yukich, second by Councilman Watilla. All in favor? Aye. I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules to forego the second and third readings. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilman Epps. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
Yukich?
Yes.
Orshi?
Yes.
Cavaness?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Epps?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
McIntosh?
Yes.
Watilla?
Yes.
Mancuso?
Yes.
Ordinance passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the final piece of legislation on the agenda tonight.
Resolution 020-20, a resolution authorizing the mayor of the city of Euclid to issue a public request for qualifications and proposed scope of services from interested firms for planning and design services related to the construction of a new safety center.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Jarrow, second by Councilman Moore. All in favor? Aye. Mayor Yale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, safety of our residents is a priority of mine and my administration, and I know council. We have wonderful officers. We have been able to improve equipment. We have not been able to work on their facilities very much. And anyone who's been in them knows they are aged, they are outdated, and in need of major work. So Director Connect and his team did provide this year, as part of our capital budget reviews, the needs that are, everything that's needed in our buildings. And we thought, rather than putting any money into those, we really wanted to take the time to do a plan, build three, the police station and two of the three fire stations. Fire Station 1, which is on East 222nd Street, Fire Station 3, which is on Lake Shore and 260th, and the police station, all are nearing 70 years old, 70 years of age. They were built at a time when we had fewer officers, we had fewer calls, and really the provision of safety services was drastically different. So rather than putting money into just updating or patching our old buildings, we really want to do a plan to look at the needs of those buildings. I'm intrigued by the idea of a safety center, which would combine police and fire at one location, but I'm certainly not locked into that. I think we need to start with getting a professional on board who is expert in working with public safety facilities. We need to start by looking at the current assessment of our buildings, looking at the programs we're providing, the new state-of-the-art, what do safety facilities look like, and then obviously looking at the needs of our community. We know location is important. We know there's a lot of factors that have to go into this. This would be the first step, so we're excited about it. We've had an initial meeting with internal team here. Everyone's excited about getting this process started. So I'm asking for council's, for the authority from council to issue a request for qualifications and scope of services, and then we would review those, bring that back to council for helping us. You would have to make the decision to hire them. So first step, it's exciting to think about. It does also meet our master plan. If you remember, one specific goal in the master plan was looking at our facilities and making sure we're planning for long-term. And Director Holliday could tell you what page, Councilman Wotilla. I don't have that in my notes, but one of the things we do know is our facilities are aging and in need of repair. So appreciate your support and happy to answer any questions.
Discussion? Councilman Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Mayor Gale, you're asking for the potential of a steering committee. Can you articulate your support or reason why we would do a steering committee as opposed to a council committee?
I think we would do both. So a steering committee is internal, so just reviewing as we're developing what the request for proposal says, what the scope of service is. I think this process would include a lot of input and involvement. Steering committee is really internal, but I have asked Councilman Wotilla, with his background in building and development and construction and public buildings, to be a part of that, and the council president. I would anticipate the steering committee would review what comes in. We can certainly make those available to council and perhaps present the top two to council, or our recommendation if it's clear, for council to hear that presentation themselves. As we get through the process, we certainly want to involve the people doing the work, so our police officers, firefighters, the court has a say in this, the public, at some level. So I anticipate a process that includes public and lots of participation from everyone involved. I think we have the opportunity to, plan for facilities that really help support collaboration, increased efficiency, and, looking at state-of-the-art services, with really the goal is how do we provide the best service and best response to our residents. So I, absolutely anticipate council's involvement as well.
Thank you. And one follow-up. Seeing as how this has not necessarily been done here in Euclid, did you have a general timeline of how long this process, from after we receive proposals to, the public meetings, to council, to all of that? Do you have a timeline on where you're trying to go? Is it 3 months, 6 months, a year? Do you have any idea yet? And you may not, so I'm just
Yeah, not
saying.
really. I mean, I think to do it right, it's going to take some time. I've been looking a little bit at there's only one safety center I've become aware of. It's in Worcester, where they've combined police and fire. There's other examples that have combined police and court. There's others that have, it depends on other circumstances. And again, I'm not locked into anything at this time. That's intriguing to me. It's something, referenced through the master plan. We may find that doesn't work, but I want to make sure we are doing this the right way. If in a perfect world, I'd love to have, sort of a consultant hired, and we've got to do a request for qualifications, some time to review that, some time to present to council, get them hired. Then it's going to take some work to review buildings, do that whole planning process. I would think 5 or 6 months. 5 or 6 months. rough guess. And then obviously the question becomes then, if we get a plan, we're all behind, how do we pay for it? Where is it would be part of the consulting services, I'm sure, looking at response times and looking at ingress, egress, looking at land, looking at, there's lots of different questions. But we do know our facilities, are not providing the best support to our police and fire. I mean, you've all been in the buildings, you know the condition they're in. And so it's exciting to think about planning something new. Also, we know, it's going to take some work.
Excellent. Thank you, ma'am.
I don't know if either of the chiefs have anything to add.
Councilman Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bold, aggressive approach, full of vision. I'm excited to see what something like this could look like. I will say, and I don't know if I'm in the minority in saying this or not, but I will say that I am a little concerned that this large of a project, considering all the changes that we're dealing with right now, just with the jail and our prisoners and all that, and we've all had conversations throughout budget hearings about we have no idea how much that is going to cost us. I think this is something that we definitely should look into. I just don't think that we should be doing it right now. I think that we need to get through this first year, see what this all looks like with the jail and all the extra costs associated with that before we look into something like this. But I'm interested to seeing how the process plays out. Thanks.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilwoman Yurkich, second by Councilman Watilla. All in favor? Aye. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the resolution.
Dorsey.
Yes.
Cavanagh.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
No.
Saros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Resolution passes.
Thank you. We are now to the second committee of the whole session, where you may speak to anything for the good of the city. Any person wanting to speak may come to the center podium. Please give us your name and address. Please keep your comments to 5 minutes. And we'll look for our first speaker.
Hi, my name's Melissa Norton. My address is 10140.
Green light on. Is the little green light on by your, is it? Okay.
10140 Mulberry Road, Chardon, 44024. I'm here as an intervention specialist from Euclid High School, and I'd like to introduce Stefan, one of our amazing leaders at Euclid High School. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity for us to view tonight's proceedings, as we are part of the Youth Council working with Councilwoman McIntosh, and so we wanted to observe the proceedings today so that we could emulate those proceedings in our own Youth Council. And so getting to see this process was super wonderful for us. We apologize and we send our regrets from the other members of our council who couldn't make it because they're being inaugurated into NJHS, practicing for Big Show, or other millions of extracurricular activities our youth are involved in. So we wanted to say thank you for this opportunity, Councilwoman McIntosh, and we look forward to working with you guys to help improve our city as we are able to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Victor Goodman, 20201 Glenrose Lane. The mayor has touted that TIFs are the way cities do business today, and certainly Euclid has participated in TIF program for decades. But this is no ordinary TIF. There is no negotiation, there is no discussion. Either the city and the schools give up property tax for this project for the next 30 years at 100% or no deal. It is probably true that around the country there are communities that give this extraordinary incentive. But I doubt very much that those projects were even remotely compared to this one. In real estate, the first rule is location, 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 which is possibly the reason why the county devalued the proposed project property by nearly $60 million. That in itself should raise red flags to everybody. You do not build a multi-million-dollar facility in the middle of one of the most economically depressed areas of Euclid. Has Euclid ever given such an extreme incentive? And we found out just recently that the schools were told that they would receive an incredible $9 million at the end of 30 years. They're asking for a levy for $5 or $6 million a year. Now, let's talk police and fire. According to an email sent to me by Assistant Fire Chief Will Anderson, he stated, quote, "With 600 additional senior citizens living in Celebration Village, I believe it is reasonable to expect 120 additional responses annually. This factor is 20% of the expected population. Since Fire Station 4 was closed permanently in 2003, this area of the city has experienced response times greater than any other portion of the city." End of quote. Just as a point of reference, Indian Hills Complex has approximately 1,600 residents. In 2019 through November the 7th, 915 emergency calls were made. There is a strong possibility that Euclid would have to consider, which we just heard, building a new fire station, hiring new firefighters, and of course additional police to accompany them. Where is the city going to get this money? Imagine it's your parents or relatives living in Celebration Village and EMS is 5 seconds too late. These are considerations that we as citizens of Euclid must face and consider. After months of being reassured and even guaranteed that no HUD vouchers or Section 8 would be accepted in this exclusive, gated, high-end community, we were told just recently at council by a lawyer from the church that to deny those would be illegal. Now, that seems to change the concept of what they're trying to sell. Because I don't know, how do you sell and tout a high-end gated community Section 8 HUD voucher complex? Seems to be an oxymoron. And at least we forget the reasons for the financial collapse of 2008 and the statement touted by the key bank representative. Bonds would be sold and packaged to finance the debt. And it's interesting that he also stated that the bank has no skin in the game, nor any private investor, nor does the church. This project would fully be funded on the backs of Euclid taxpayers and students long into the future. And what about the so-called pot of gold at the end of the rainbow? Well, right now, the area is valued at $88,000. I'm going to be generous, and I don't know, so I'm just pulling a figure out. I'm going to say in 30 years, that property is valued at $2 million, from $88,000 to $2 million. That would mean at the current property value rate, the city would have an incredible $140,000 annual get. That is nothing. I mean, you might as well turn off the lights now. It's interesting that if you want an economic development program, here's the thing, Mayor. Give some developer a 30-year, 100% TIF to build a marina. That will spur economic development. And I did it in the right amount of time. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Seeing none, we'll now go to our councilman's comments, and I believe we begin with Councilwoman McIntosh tonight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to everybody who's joined us this evening, and to those watching. I just wanted to start off by commenting on yesterday's Euclid Symphony Orchestra concert. It was held at Shore Cultural Center in our lovely auditorium and featured the orchestra's first scholarship award winner. She's 17 years old and very, very talented. She joined the the concert in the last half of it. Her name is Katarina Davies. She is a student in the Young Artist Program at Cleveland Institute of Music, and she was raised in London. She lives in Cleveland. Very bright future ahead for her, and very, very lucky, at least I feel very privileged to be able to walk from my house to Shore Cultural Center to see somebody like this play, and think about what that center is to the community and what it can be moving forward. I also want to remind people that their next concert, it won't feature this bright star, but the next concert is May 3rd, and concerts are usually at 3 p.m. at Shore, and you can go to euclidsymphonyorchestra.com for more info. I also want to thank Mrs. Norton and Stefan for joining us this evening. Yes, they have been part of the youth council that we have been trying to organize, myself, as well as Euclid resident Harrison McCrate, with the cooperation of the mayor and council, allowing us to use council chambers for our meetings. We do have one upcoming on the 10th. If there is anyone in the community, anyone that you know age 13 to 17 attending any school in the city, as long as they're a Euclid resident, they are welcome. So we have lines out to VASJ. Hopefully we'll see some attendees there. And we're also talking with 8th graders at St. Robert's and Williams. So we're trying to gather everybody from the city, all the youth involved, and try to get them to get to know City Hall, get to know what their local government's working on, and then also engage with the rest of the community. So thanks to the students and teachers who have joined us thus far, and the many more that will hopefully join on the 10th and on. And then finally, just want to make a reminder, I'm sorry, thank you. The Youth Council meeting is on March 10th at 3 p.m., so we typically meet after school. So it'll be here in Chambers. Thank you, guys. And then finally, a reminder that Ward 5 community meeting is this Saturday, March 7th at 10 a.m. at the Lakefront Community Center. That's at 1 Bliss Lane, and we'll be primarily talking about housing with Assistant to the Mayor, Crystal Greta, and the representative from the Law Department. So if you have any questions about housing law, they will be on hand to answer that, as well as Dan Petrelli talking about the census from our Planning and Development Department, and the Mayor, Council President, I myself, and Superintendent Paporis will be on hand giving an update about City Hall, Council, and the schools. So I hope you can join us, and with that I will say goodnight.
Thank you. Councilman Watilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess as the public service chairperson on the website, I get a lot of emails about the LED lighting, so I've asked Director Connect to talk a little bit about LED lighting. For those who may know, when we went through the program about a year and a half ago, where we looked at efficiencies within our system related to utilities and mechanical operations, they pinpointed that as one of the larger items where we could realize savings. So I was hoping Director Connect could give us an update on LED conversion for street lighting.
Director Connect.
Madam Chair, to Councilman Wotella, when Leopardo took a look at things, they had presented a plan. They were going to work in partnership with First Energy to be able to convert all of our existing lights to LEDs. And the hope is part of the total savings of energy throughout everything, that was going to help pay for some of the other improvements we needed done in some of the buildings. As we remember that they were not able to come up with a cost-neutral program for us, so they had to withdraw from doing that type of a project for us. We've talked to several other agencies about LED lights. The biggest problem that we keep running across is they want us to own and maintain the poles and lights, which is something the city financially would not be able to do. First Energy came in last week and was able to show me a new program where they will finance the changeover of those lights over a 5-year period for repayment. That's something that we're going to have more discussion on, as it is a very large ticket item, and with our lighting assessment, I'm not sure how all that could work out, but it's something that we'll continue to look into and see if it's something we can start.
perhaps a public service committee would be in
Perhaps.
order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it for me.
Councilwoman Yukic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to let the residents of Ward 7 know that there will be a block watch meeting for the Greenwood-Villaview area, which consists of East 244th, 246th, and 248th Streets, on Saturday, March 14th at 11 a.m. at the River of Life Church on 246 and Lakeshore Boulevard. Pastor Tony Williams of River of Life and Officer Larry Longstreth of the Euclid Police Department Auxiliary are organizing the event, and Kate McLaughlin from the Police Department will be joining us as well. Everyone is invited. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gorshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to mention that Ward 8 residents did go through the the school construction this past Saturday and braved the elements and had a very good, interesting, informative tour. If anybody wants to do that, call the mayor's office. You can get on the schedule. It takes about an hour, hour and a half, and it was very worthwhile. We had a really good time, and we really learned a lot about what's going on inside the big build in Ward 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cavanis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to Director Connect. Director Connect, can you give us an update on the Highland Road closure at this time?
Director Connect.
Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, it continues to remain closed for safety concerns as they're working on those bridges. The county hopes that later this year they'll be able to reopen that to traffic, but as we know more, we'll release that information.
Okay, thank you, because I had heard that October 2020 would be the opening date now, as opposed to 8 months from when they closed. And I know that it's something that people have had to bear with, but when it's finished, people will be safer than they were before. And I'm organizing a tour of the new middle school, high school, this coming Saturday, March 7th at 1 p.m. It's open to about 15 persons in the group, and I have space for about 8 more people. So if you're interested in attending this tour on March 7th at 1 o'clock on this coming Saturday, please contact me at scavanis, that's SCAVINESS, at cityofeuclid.com. Thanks, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Councilman Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to send a thank you to all of the members of the Faith in the City community who came out to a breakfast on February 22nd. We had about a dozen churches, so I want to thank all you guys for coming out and supporting your city. Also on June 28th, Common Ground Conversations is coming back to Euclid, so save the date for June 28th. Also, I want to send a personal shout out to a resident, Lisa Lanier, who has created a Ward 2 Facebook page. So in addition to my personal page, my ward page, a resident has also created something that has a broader reach than I, because she's got a lot of friends, to also disseminate information. So if you're a Ward 2 resident and also want to know what's going on, you can see my Facebook page, my Ward 2 page, or Lisa Lanier's Ward 2 page. So thank you very much to Lisa. I really appreciate when residents take on leadership and help those of us in council, because we can't do everything and we need them to do that. And I'm still looking forward to the Euclid Avenue Revitalization Committee. We're going to be having a meeting hopefully in March to get this kicked off. So look forward to that for the public. We're going to do some great things on Euclid Avenue. And with that, I'll say good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things tonight. For starters, I'd like to welcome the folks from Youth Council for being here. I think it's pretty dope what you guys are doing. So kudos to Councilwoman McIntosh. I said pretty dope. They know exactly what I'm talking about. I think it's absolutely dope what you're doing. And I want to congratulate you guys as well as Councilwoman McIntosh for working on that. I look forward to this March 10th meeting. Also, congratulations to the Keep Euclid Beautiful folks for being recognized by Keep America Beautiful. I think that's pretty dope as well. I also want to say that to Director Connect, when you were talking about the LED lighting, you said that the new financing proposal that you received, you still mentioned it being a large ticket item with the LED lights. Of course it is. If you could give me an idea as to what the price is, or what a large ticket item means when it comes to these lights. Also, I am always happy to hear opportunities for Coffee with the Cop. It was something that I've discussed briefly with Chief Meyer about, and there's a resident who came here by the name of Craig. I can't think of Craig's name offhand here, but who mentioned something to us about the possibility of having officers come and actually engage inside the barbershops and salons and that sort of thing. I think this is a great idea. Coffee with the Cop is great. It's something that definitely was needed at the time, but I just think we need to go a little further than that. I am aware and I am extremely grateful for both Mayor Gale and her administration, period, for the changes that have been made as far as engagement and outreach with dealing with our officers. More specifically, with having Captain Hauser run the community policing division of our police department. I think this is great, but I just would like to see, and maybe there's a conversation that we can have down the road, just go a little step further with this. The folks who need to have positive engagements with the officers, you will find on a Saturday morning at a barbershop, and so I think that'd be a great idea to have our officers engage in that. So if you could talk about that a little bit, because I know I mentioned it to you in the past. I did not get a chance to do it at the last meeting, and so I want to say thank you to everyone who did come out to our first Ward 3 meeting, which was in conjunction with both of my colleagues. I thank you guys for that. Probably look towards some time in late April to have that again, as well as I'm going to be coordinating with Council's Clerk, Barb Allen, as well as trying to figure out appointments and dates for our first Recreation Committee meeting as well. So look for that. I also want to add as a final drop to folks, because we're getting a lot of calls at the office as well, which is a good thing. Barb doesn't mind, you can definitely do that, but you can reach me on my cell at 216-200-0249. And with that, I will say goodnight. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Connect, did you want to respond?
Madam Chair, to the councilman, I will email you what those numbers were.
And to Chief Myers, did you want to respond?
Yes, that's definitely something that we could explore. Officers available and a willingness for one of the barbershops or multiples to partner in something like that. We're always looking for those opportunities. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. And Councilman Giles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got a few more dope comments here to close the evening. First and foremost, several emails from residents about the big construction project in Monterey. It is very disruptive, but to a person, every email or correspondence I've had with a resident, just how professional and courteous all the workers are, and everybody just has nothing but really good things to say of the folks on Monterey. Also like to thank EPD. My daughter is shadowing with EPD in the Detective Bureau this week, so she's, whatever they're doing there, she seems to be enjoying it. That's pretty dope, yeah. And I actually have some acknowledgments of local heroes, if you don't mind here. First, I got this here. In Gates Mills, the superintendent of the Euclid City Schools is being hailed as a hero for risking his life to save a woman trapped inside a burning SUV. Gates Mills police said the SUV was traveling at a high rate of speed on West Hill Drive early Sunday morning when it careened out of control, et cetera, et cetera. Erupted into fire in the front yard of Superintendent Chris Paporis. I'm dead asleep and I heard a large crash, Paporis said. The 52-year-old educator ran outside to help. Driver was able to get out of the burning wreckage, told Paporis that her passenger was trapped inside. Paporis said he knew he had to move fast and try to remove the windshield. There was a small opening, so my first inclination was just to grab it, maybe pull it and see if it would shatter or break, but windshields aren't like that too, so I tried to kick it in with my boot. The young lady inside was trying to help, she definitely had fight in her. I said, can you kick it from the inside? I was still hoping the whole thing wouldn't fall. It wouldn't. The superintendent said when he realized he could not get the victim out, he ran back in his garage and grabbed a sledgehammer and crowbar, et cetera, et cetera. So congratulations to him. I think that's a great story. of our school superintendent, and I actually have one more if my phone doesn't run out of power. And I apologize if I screw up any names. Euclid police officers rescued several wheelchair-bound residents from an apartment fire. Euclid, Ohio, February 27th. 3 Euclid police officers are being called heroes for rescuing several wheelchair-bound residents from an apartment fire. Officers Malone, Cutler, or Lead were the first to arrive at the fire off of Euclid Avenue around 11:30 a.m. People were outside the building screaming that wheelchair-bound residents were trapped on the second floor. The 3 officers raced inside, crawled under the smoke, found the residents, and helped them to safety. One disabled woman had to be carried out by the officers. Euclid firefighters rescued a 4-year-old child from the apartment building. Officers said that the fire began in the kitchen. So, job well done for all our safety forces. I mean, we know, every day these things are happening, so I just want to make and give them some public recognition. And with that, I adjourn the rest of my time.
Thank you. Very briefly, so we can say goodnight. There will be on March 12th for my council colleagues. There is a work session so that we put together our next 2-year goals. We will meet at 6:30 in the law library as a work session. I will this weekend get out the lists that everybody has sent me. I'm trying to group them a little bit together, so if it looks like you're seeing part of one and a little bit more of another, when you all get together, then you can decide how you want to categorize them. Welcome to the Youth Council. You let us know what we can do for you. It is the beginning of a very intellectual journey and one you'll enjoy. Teach you a lot about life. It really will. Welcome. And I want to share a Euclid moment. If any of you have been down to Sims Park, I know it's been cold and nasty and snowy. Over the weekend, we had some sunshine, and it was amazing how many people were out there. And as I walked down the pier, I had a young man who I later learned lived in Euclid telling his fiancée, who lived in Bay Village and is in urban planning, all about our boardwalk, our pier, all the things that are going on in Euclid, what it costs, how long it's taking. I mean, when he was talking, I finally just started to applaud. It's like, who are you? That's how proud our residents are of what's going on and how they are telling other people. And she's like, I'm an urban planner. How do I get involved? And I said, well, we can share with you information, stay involved. It's exciting for a lot of people. And to have our own young residents doing it is even better. It just tells you this is a thriving community. So with that, if there are no other items to come before us, I'll take a motion to adjourn. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilman Epps. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned. Hi Ed, we're here today to talk about ways to prepare your vehicle and have an emergency kit in your trunk to prepare for bad weather. One of the first things I did was check with my mechanic, Santino from Auto City Auto Repair, and he said some of the things we can do include checking the condition and level of the coolant, check your tire depth and wear pattern, check your oil level and the condition of your wipers, and also check the battery level, the belts, and the hoses. You always want to make sure to fill up your gas tank. Don't let it get to empty. And one of my favorite things to do, just check the weather reports. Also go online. There's some great websites that will show you what's happening on the highways and what kind of bad weather or accidents may be out there.
Excellent advice, Kate. Also, have prepared ahead of time a backpack. You can use something just like this. Have an emergency kit ready to go. Put it in the back seat of your vehicle in case the trunk freezes up on you. A little sign like this, call police if you really need help. Put it on the inside of your window. That might be helpful. Of course, a shovel to dig you out of a situation. That might be enough. Before you even start your car, get going that day, make sure you wipe off the windows well. Make sure it has ice scraper as well. If you get stuck, you might need flares. Have a lighter handy. Even better yet, a triangle that lights up and illuminates the back of your car. I use a Tupperware full of sand. You can use kitty litter. You can put it under your tires. It might be just enough traction to get you through to the next phase of your journey. Well, jumper cables, of course. I will say, though, that the Euclid Police Department is our policy. We do not jump vehicles. We will help, push your car. We will help you get your keys out of your car if you lock them in there, but we will not jump your vehicle. So hopefully a good Samaritan comes by, gives you a hand with a jump. Kate, what do you have there?
Of course, it's always a good idea to bring those things that will keep you warm, such as hat, glove, and scarf. And you'll usually always have someone tell you to bring a blanket.
A rope is not a bad idea. Maybe somebody will come along. If you're in a ditch, they'll be able to pull you out, tow truck or whatever. So have a rope handy as well. Get one of these little tool kits for, I don't know, $7 or $8. Might be just enough to tighten up the lug nuts or the battery on your, the bolts and nuts on your battery to get you going. Flashlight, of course, and a cell phone charger. Have that as well, so you can make that important call if you need to. That's it. Be safe out there.
For Ed Boncheck, I'm Kate McLaughlin, and this has been Educate, Euclid Police Department's crime prevention outreach.
What happens when people take action against housing discrimination? My coworker was pressured by her landlord to pay her rent with sexual favors. My neighbor is told she needs to get rid of her dog, even though he's an assistance animal. They reported these forms of housing discrimination. When you don't report them, landlords are allowed to keep breaking the law. Housing discrimination is illegal. If you think you've been a victim, report it, like we did.
Fair housing is your right. Use it.
Cigarette butts are the most littered item in America, but they don't have to be. The Keep America Beautiful Cigarette Litter Prevention Program cuts cigarette litter in half. Learn more at preventcigarettelitter.org.
afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Control meeting for Monday, March 2nd. I will begin by calling the roll. Director Stevens?
Here.
Assistant Director Fanati?
Here.
Director Smith?
Here.
Director Sweeney?
Here.
Director Holliday?
Here.
And Councilwoman McIntosh?
Here.
Thank you all. You should have received the minutes from the Tuesday, February 18th meeting. Were there any questions or corrections? Seeing none, motion to approve by Director Smith, second by Director Sweeney. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And requisitions.
Thank you, Mayor. The first requisition is from Lakeland Lumber in the amount of $11,000 from the Community Development Block Grant Fund, and I so move.
Second.
Director Holliday?
Thank you. This is for the materials needed for our wheelchair ramp construction program. Lakeland Lumber is a Euclid company. They've provided this material for us in the past, and they've always done a very nice job.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Next requisition is from Klein Nurseries in the amount of $25,000 from the General Fund. I think that's the Community Development Block Grant Fund. Yeah, so $25,000 from the Community Development Block Grant Fund, and I so move.
Second.
Director Holliday?
Thank you. Yes, this is from the Community Development Block Grant Fund. This is for the purchase of our trees for the spring tree planting. This year's planting calls for the planting of 151 trees. My staff's been working with the city arborist to identify the species and location for the trees, and Klein has always done a nice job providing us with the trees in the past.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
The next requisition is from Orlando Remodeling in the amount of $8,500 from the Community Development Block Grant Fund, and I so move.
Second.
Director Holliday?
Thank you. This is the labor cost for the installation of the wheelchair ramps through our block grant wheelchair ramp program. Orlando Remodeling has provided this service to us for the past 4 years, and they've done a very nice job in the past. We're looking forward to working with them again this year.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That completes requisitions. We do have one item under other business, and it is an item to be sold through GovDeals. Director Fanati?
Yes. We're auctioning off a 2006 Ford Crown Victoria. We're retiring it from the police department. It's purchased in 2006 for just over $24,000. The body's rusted. It's beyond its useful life for the police department. And the auction will start at $200 and will be on auction for 10 days.
Very good. Are there any questions? Seeing none, a motion to approve the sale of the 2006 Ford Crown Victoria through GovDeals by Director Fanati, second by Director Stevens. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That completes our agenda. I'll take the motion to adjourn by Councilwoman McIntosh, second by Director Holliday. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Anthony is wanted everywhere.
Anthony's on my team. Oh, he's on my team.
But recently, Anthony went with his parents to find a new place to live.
It's already rented.
But housing discrimination is illegal, so Anthony's parents filed a complaint. And now they have a wonderful place to live. If you believe you've been discriminated against because of your race, color, religion, national origin, sex, familial status, or disability, contact your local Fair Housing Center.
Hey, Kate, take a quick look around your home. If you've got unused or expired medications, it's time to make your home safer.
And did you know, Ed, it's risky to leave unneeded medications in your home? Children and pets can be accidentally poisoned.
And by getting rid of prescription drugs, you'll reduce the risk of drug abuse by family or friends.
Unused or expired medications that are on countertops, shelves, or in your medicine cabinet need to be disposed of properly.
Nope, not in the wastebasket, Kate.
And not there, Ed. Those medicines could end up in our water, which is bad for the environment.
Getting rid of medications is easy. Take them to the drug drop box in the lobby of the Euclid Police Department. Using the drug drop box makes your home and our world a safer place.